Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary. Me at your service. And it's time for more gunplay. Continue building the Force Impulse. Which I've kind of skipped on doing extra detailing almost right now. Because we do need to kind of color the guns in the chest as well as the vents inside his head there a little bit, but I mean, I kind of like that part, honestly.
Hello there.
Hello there, General Finarius. How's it going, Finn? Let's see. Actually, I'm going to turn my head a bit. Ah, and Waffle as well. He just tripped in the door. You need to watch that step. He keeps screaming and falling over it. Right, where were we? We got the head and the torso done, and of course the support fighter things for the sake of it. Oh, here we are. Right arm on this side page, and then left arm on the other page. Okie dokie. Getting ready for work, failing to say hi. No worries, Waffle. Hopefully you have a good day at work. I'm doing pretty good. Always a fun thing though when you're about to set up for gunplay streams. I'm like, I need to rearrange my desk again. But don't worry, I have a plan to improve that. So take that out there. There we go. One day I will have my setup of L shape. I know exactly how to do it. Well, I need to sort something else out storage-wise first to clear some space. And then, of course, then figure out what to do with this desk. But good, because I had the plan of like be the gamer section, then I turn to my left, gunplay area, where I can just don't have to move my keyboard constantly or set up a camera every time I make sure it's in the right position. I can just have it fixed in place. That's the goal. Right, what do I need here? Same for arms. Absolute dream, indeed. Only problem is when you start looking at, if you want an L-shaped desk, you can either buy one that's purpose-built for that, which are never, the L's part of it is never big enough. So this is buy two full-size desks and then put them in an L shape. Which of course is expensive. Alright, I need from this. A1 runner number 8. Oh, and the other arm will use the A2 runner, that makes sense. So I think the trick will be when positioning those desks eventually is making sure I have enough clearance between the desk and the wall for my spray booth, so I can have the vent come out the back of it while not infringing on desk space. Because also it'll be right next to the window, so I can just pop the vent out. Super easy. Alright, so right arm's this, then left arm's that, okay. Let's look at all the A parts while I'm at it, right? Just put to one side. See if we can pick up the runner again. Yes. 17, 18. Where are they? before I can do any new desk stuff, I need to... The space I cleared from my old couch, I need to put like a chest of drawers or something in there to both give me storage space and, well, the top of it can then be used for display space. One step at a time. Anything else I need for this? 6 and 7 as well. But I have a plan, and that's a good thing to have. Just make a plan and break it down into smaller components, and then there you go. Is everything I need for... Oh, back of the hand as well. Maybe we'll grab that out. Number 25. Here we go. We'll not need the air runner for the rest of this arm now. Put these bits off to the side there. I need the C runner, both of them. I also need the B runner for the internals, so I might as well grab that since it's the next one on the pile. Let's see here. Number 3. Number 19. Way down here. Let's think about this runner here that is slightly softer. It's not quite polycat level, but I think it's just like this part's a bit flex to it because of the latex down there. All the B parts. Oh yeah, it's like different consistencies and stuff. It's always interesting. Like these poly caps are like literally like almost rubber. Well, I suppose it's like that's a styrene plastic, polystyrene, whereas this is polyurethane, hence polycap. I think. And then of course you've got ABS, which is the super hard stuff, which is actually brittle. But very sturdy until you snap it. RG kits with the pre-molded joints and the RG stuff is insane. And so when people say, "Oh, early real grade kits are terrible," I'm like, yeah, but that tech's insane. It may not be as solid as like just straight up plastic, but that shit's crazy. Obviously, over time, they've kind of just moved away from it a bit. But then they use the same tech for the Perfect Grade Unleashed. So the Perfect Grade Unleashed has that same tech in it, but obviously scaled up. So it has that for like the very basic inner frame, and then it has the other frame on top of it. Looks like it'd be a really fun build. with C1. And we need number 3 and 4. I was thinking of like other real crate stuff using that pre-molded joint system. Like when they announced the real grade Epion and how the heat whip comes as one already assembled thing on the runner, you just need to cut it out and clean it up. In essence, that's crazy. I always find it strange that these little end pieces, which stand for the chest there, by themselves look more purple, like purpley. But it is that light blue, it's just not as bright as it is in the show. Kind of more like a light gray blue. There for now. A combination of those pre-thingy frames, that pre-joint stuff, that's cool. But then have a combination of like more traditional plastic as well. I think it's probably the best of both worlds. But I guess the perfect way at least has. Enough parts for now. I'll get this part assembled or cleaned up. Let's see. Trying to think of things to talk about. Oh, yeah. I remember a thing. So Bandai finally announced a high-grade desalter from Witch Mercury. I was like, yes, finally! The little grunt suit used, well, it predates the Lanza and was used during the season 1 finale. especially by Guil Turk. Unfortunately, it's P Bandai, which we also freaking coming. The fact it was not on the initial lineup. Oh wow, I've not seen one of those bots in a while. It's been a while since I've seen one of those. But I feel like ever since obviously Witch Mercury finished, I think they had to kind of reduce the number of kits in their lineup just because it was a shorter show. And so everything afterwards has been P Bandai, and it's like, no, don't do that. Any grunt suit should not be P Bandai. Like a variant of a grunt suit, sure. But a base grunt suit should never be P Bandai. Which will always bring me back to the Strike Dagger from Seed. The fact that the revived version of that is a P Bandai kit. Because obviously it came out after the Dagger L, which of course was the standard retail. And because it's a modified version of that for the kit, it means the Strike Dagger, despite logically the Strike Dagger came first in the first show and the Dagger L was from Destiny. Well, the thing is, from Bandai's point of view, premium Bandai things are like, I think the way it is from their point of view, it's like kits that maybe designs that are going to be less popular, they think, initially. And then perhaps it's like, you know, retailers might not stock this because like certain kits shelf warm for retailers. So like, you know, okay, we'll just sell this one direct. Which in Japan is fine, because P Bandai is, you know, it's right there. And of course, the same with like many, you know, Asian countries as well, like, you know, Hong Kong and stuff, like Singapore and all that. They all have P Bandai. USA has P Bandai. So it's like, sure, it's slightly more expensive than a normal high grade, but you can get the right from Bandai, which is all well and good if you have direct access to premium Bandai. If you're in the rest of the world, like us in the UK, nah, you're gubbed. I'll even P Bandai Europe for France, which again, why only France? Was like way behind on its pre-orders, like it wasn't giving out allocation, I guess. So of course, now Premium Bandai Europe at the end of January will be temporarily shutting down. For like a whole year. Here's hoping when that year passes, when P Bandai Europe comes back, it actually then ships across Europe and not just France. Because then, well, then of course comes the other issue. UK, not part of the EU. So we might not get access to P Bandai either, even with a full European one. I think the assumption is definitely like once Premium Bandai Europe comes back, it might. Everyone's assuming that, yeah, okay, if you're gonna bring it back to make a better customer shopping experience, is what they said. Surely that means shipping across the European Union at least. So I've seen comments, the people pointing out that, yeah, P Bandai Canada also used to exist. And it temporarily shut down. And never came back. So I was like, that's not great. Apparently, P Bandai Canada shut down in 2018. Temporarily. So, no wonder the Canadians hate Premium Bandai. Especially. Because they've got their next door neighbor, America, with a direct P Bandai store. So that must suck. Of course, all this being said, I'm still going to try and get myself at least one Desultor. Because I want to recreate a very specific scene with the Lands of Soul. You know, Well's defining moment. Do you think they'll ever... you know what they have to do? So like with the Force Impulse and the Freedom, there is a set, which I have, which comes with the Force Impulse and the Freedom and Metallic set, along with the extra torso for the Freedom and the sword that goes through it. So I wonder if at some point they might do a metallic set of a Delanza Sol and a Desultor as a P Bandai set. And then maybe include extra parts for that final moment. There's an idea. Now that would be a P Bandai worthy kit. Which does remind me, I need to go to Hobby Frontline and ship my P Bandai stuff. Because Hobby Frontline, yeah. Best place to get P Bandai for us in the UK. Hobby Frontline. They're over in Ireland. And they do get P Bandai stuff for pre-order. Obviously, the prices are higher than you would get from it directly, but it's nice to have as an option. Just make sure you don't go over... obviously because it's in the Republic of Ireland. Hobby Frontline. You know what? I'll just give you a link to it. Boom. Not sponsored anyway. I just think they're really cool and useful. Pretty much nearly all my P Bandai kits I've gotten from here, other than like Hobby Link, other than when like either Gundam Mad or Gundam UK happen to have it in stock. But yeah, it's one of those things. I remember when the premium Bandai version of the Origin Gundam, because it was the one from the Kukuru's Dewan's Island, so that Gundam and that Dewan Zaku went for pre-order. I remember looking at it first thing in the morning when it went for pre-order, boom, vanished. And I remember just flicking through my phone while I was sitting at work, waiting for a morning briefing, and I just saw it like it had extra stock, and I was like, boom, pre-order. Just like, while waiting for our supervisor for a morning briefing, I was just like, I'll just pre-order my phone. But yeah, some things will vanish very quickly. There is another issue there's a slight issue with Hobby Frontline I have. Is they unfortunately will sometimes take more pre-orders than they're actually going to get stock. And also just they'll have a disclaimer saying, just in case of high demand, your pre-order may go to the second batch. So they give you the heads up. Say, hey, you might miss out in the first batch due to demand. It'll go to the next batch automatically. Put this by comparison here. Or for example, I pre-ordered, I put a deposit down for the Lancelot Albion pre-Bandai kit. From Code Geass. It's still sitting there with a deposit. That kit came out 3 years ago, I think. 2 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago, something like that. My deposit is still sitting there for a kit that has come and gone. And there's waiting obviously for Bandai to print another batch. But at least I'll be near the front of the queue for the next batch, whenever the hell that is. So I guess at this point it's less pre-ordered, more back-ordered. That's my only issue with Hobby Frontline. It'd be nice to have like a notification saying, hey, this one won't be in for a while. Like, cool. Could told me that. But otherwise, pretty good. Just something to be mindful of for P-Bandai stuff. Japan figure? I'm not familiar with them. Oh, no, the other way around. Oh, I put that polycap band upside down. It's the other way. It wants the round end pointing down, not upwards. Oh, that makes sense for the joint. Okay. Close this over. Probably the most expensive way of doing things ever, but you can find different fin kits based in Japan. Ah, okay. It's like I use them like Bai or Ami Ami. I suppose Bai is meant to be like the equivalent of like an Amazon scenario. Oh, I've got to sound something. Where it kind of like scours everything. Shipping's like being punched in the stomach. Mm-hmm. Yeah, FedEx are really reliable. Said no one ever. Yeah, I've never used Bai yet. All I understand is like you have to, because it's searching Japanese websites for stuff, you need to know the kind of kata, the type, to search for it in Japanese. I don't know. I feel like just shipping anything from overseas is hit and miss. I suppose they're by far not the worst. They're probably one of the better ones. this in the correct way. If only it was easier for us to get stuff. But no, like Hobby Frontline though, have been really good because kind of similar to like Hobby Like Japan, they have a virtual warehouse kind of thing. So basically, you can store a bunch of orders and then ship together. But the one thing to keep in mind when shipping it over here is to make sure, I believe it's like £130. Don't go over that in value when you're shipping something over. Otherwise, you'll be liable for the customs fees on your end. Thanks, Brexit. Whereas before that happened, I used to order from Hobby Frontline fairly frequently before Brexit happened. Because we were still part of the EU, and so no import fees. As long as you don't go over a certain value, you're fine. Okay, that's that shoulder. Probably could have maybe even potentially glued that to get that seam out weight, but I can't be bothered. I think the seam's mostly invisible. I mean, to my eyes, I can see it. But on the camera, I mean, this is also the right arm, so it's heading towards the back. So it's fine. For this white part. There's more of a kind of creamy brown, white. Also, like I saw, remember how I shared in the Discord that big Zam? So I had a look at it on the USA P Bandai. It's $400. Big Zam is $400. Also sold out. Yeah, $400 US, that's like 300 or something for us, I think. Again, that's the American P Bandai. People want a 1/44 scale Big Zam. I think it's, not even just because of the size of the thing. It has lights around all for the main cannon, all around the rim. It has a molded cockpit with Dozelzabi and the pilots in there. Also has an extra Dozelzabi to stand on the back of it. You know, like how that when he comes out the hatch does open apparently as well. And added bonus that most people forget about, it has an extra light in the back that's a projector light. So you could have it against a wall and it will project that ghostly kind of image. You know in the anime when like Dozelzabi like he's firing his machine gun at the Gundam and they have that weird, eerie kind of ghostly figure? So it has that projector in the back. And like that alone is like, that's worth every penny suddenly just for that. That's nuts. I would think if they ever make an actual high grade of the Big Zam, it's probably going to be half the price. Because it wouldn't come in the lights. Or they could have an optional lighting kit. Maybe. When I saw that like little feature of like having the little projector light, I was like, yeah, if there's any way to display it, it's gonna be that. Because if it has it, damn right I would use it if I had it. You know, with the Gundam on the front of it with the beam saber impaled on it. Yeah. I hope they do a high grade of the Big Zam because there are plenty of other massive high grades that exist. The Neo Zeong is bigger than the Big Zam, for example. Yeah. Dendrobi exists. The Neo Zeong is like that. That is bigger. Yeah, 2 boxes. I remember seeing Gundam Mad brought that to Comic-Con and had it on this. And I was just like, damn, you brought that all the way up to Scotland for your stall? That's crazy. Just to hug the box. I remember one of the guys who runs a shop in the city. He was eyeing it up. He was actively considering it. I prefer the original red one. But the Neo Zeong 2 is pretty cool too. For the white one? White one is very nice. A bit on there. Lift a little bit here. So if we ever see one on sale, go, dude, this one's on sale. It's one of those like holy grail kits, you know? You'd love to have it, but you know the price of the thing, plus how difficult it is to find it. I'm pretty sure the last time I ever saw a Neo Zeon on sale was about a £300 kit, so. Your Gunpla closet. That can be kind of cool. Clothes in the small chest drawers. Walk-in closet, that's for the Gunpla. So you can just, walk in and be surrounded by all your little plastic dudes. I mean, like, if people like, furnish their mansion with, expensive pieces of art, and I'd be like, no. I'm not gonna have an expensive vase on that podium. That's gonna be a Neo Zeon, front and center in the main living room. And then have a dendrobium or meteor unit chandelier. Goes on to here. There's a shoulder. What do we have next? We have internal arm parts. I got the right way around. Yeah. Elbow joint. Now marks there, there, and there. Oh, no, there as well. Yeah, most of this can be cleaned up while it's attached, I think. I probably shouldn't have got around. Make sure I get the right way around. Nani? Armed with baked potatoes. Hey, Megabot. Hydration time. Okie dokie. Hydrated. Posture is okay. Mostly. Hold my turn a tiny bit. There we go. You fumbled. No. The fumbling. Like the rumbling, but more clumsy. Okay, the seam lines are a bit more obvious on this one. Fumble, the lesser known sound wave cassette. It's like, instead of rumble and frenzy, it's fumble and... Wait, oh, I had a joke there in my head, which disappeared. Or rumble's like, you ready to rumble with rumble? You're ready to fumble with fumble? Yeah, Soundwave has little cassettes on the Decepticon side. Shockwave was the big purple dude who had a gun and one for one hand. It's called Grumble. Shockwave also transformed into a giant laser cannon. Basically, it's like how Megatron turns into a handgun. Shockwave turned into a laser gun. There's even one episode where he was holding a small laser gun that was exactly his alt mode. One of those classic animation fillies. Which is so funny because when they made the Masterpiece, came along and basically they actually gave him a small little gun. And Galvatron got credited in Shockwave file for gimmick infringement. I mean, he turns into an artillery cannon. There's a slight difference. He's a siege weapon. He even had tank treads. So I suppose technically he's a mobile gun. So he could have actually drove around if he wanted to. He's at least one step closer to a tank than Megatron was. Though he never moved in alt mode, so. Whole envious of Warpath. I mean, dude can transform into a little light cavalry tank and has a cannon on his chest. But then surely they're all envious of Blitzwing. He gets to be a tank and a bomber. Imagine all the other Seekers looked at me like, Triple changer for the win, indeed. I loved in Transformers Animated, where Blitzwing's personality changed depending on which mode he was in, because he had like multiple personality disorder. So when he was a jet, he was like smart, but when he was a tank, he was more like aggressive. And you think about the other two triple changers for the Decepticons. Because Astro Train was a steam train and a space shuttle, which is an interesting combination. And then Octane, he was the fuel tanker, semi-truck, or an air refueling plane. At least that one makes sense, because he's two different types of fueling vehicle. '86 Film Works Party? I could do that. Perhaps. Or two turn into one ball. Two variants of them. Oh, you mean when like two Transformers? We had like two Transformers that combine together. Oh, Micromaster. Well, the Micromasters as well. My first thought was like Transformers Energon, where like, you know, Autobots would combine with each other. One would become the top half, one would become the bottom half, but they could alternate who was who. getting plastic dust in the joint. Blech. If it's Transformers the movie, then the Constructicons combined. That there's 6 members of the Constructicons. One per limb, and then 2 for the torso and head. Oh, in the live action movies. Okay. Yeah, that'd be Skids and Mudflap. They were the ice cream truck at the start of Revenge of the Fallen. And then they became individual cars for the rest of the film. And we're so glad they didn't return for any future films because they were racial stereotypes. Thing with 3 faces on the junk planet. You mean the Quintessons? Where they have the rotating heads? Oh, you mean the one in... You still mean the live action movies? Then that would have been RC, Elita 1, and Chromia. Those 3 were bikes in Revenge of the Fallen. Because Michael Bay didn't understand how they could be gender and Transformers, they kind of just had a very background role and got blasted during the final battle. Yeah, the Quintesson leader, yeah. I feel like there is like just figures of it. Because also they don't transform or anything. There's definitely Transformers of like the Sharkticons and stuff like that. But the actual Quintesson leader... I'm sure I've seen like static figures of them because, you know, don't really do much with that then, do you? The problem with like something like Transformers, same with like any franchise, is like it's gone so long, it's like you need to kind of narrow down which continuity are we talking about here. Are we talking about live action or animation? But in terms of live action, there was the RC, Elita, and Chromia bikes that got blasted in the second film. I don't really remember Groove. I mean, animated Pearl was a bike as well. A white bike. I don't remember Groove. Oh wait, it was Groove. I don't know who Groove was. Yeah, Pearl and animated was great as a police bike. It was like a freaking ninja. The only funny thing about Prowl in Generation 1, he was straight up a Japanese police car in disguise in North America. It's the same with like all the other ones. I've never seen a wee comment before where it was like, we need to, stay in the skies and this stuff. What y'all transform to? And like Mirage and like Wheeljack. Like, yeah, we transform into race cars that are from Europe. Not even road legal cars, just straight up race cars. Yeah, we need more jazz. It sucks to keep the one to die. It was like, for a moment, I was like, "You want a piece? No, I want two." Like Megatron, what is it if you and ripping people in half? It was certainly a very quick way to enforce the fact that, hey, he's very dangerous. I mean, I feel it depends on the continuity. Because Transformers the movie, Ultra Magnus got blasted to pieces, and then the the Junkions just put them back together. But they're also a species that are, built from junk. So maybe they know some extra voodoo. True. For being ripped in half at the torso, humans cannot survive that. Hell, even at I mean, it all depends. We don't know about their biology. They can certainly survive without limbs. Hell, even Transformers 1, in the mines, Jazz loses his leg in the mine. But that's just his lower leg. I guess repaired. But then there's also been times where Optimus Prime has been dismantled in the G1 cartoon and was still functioning. So it all depends on, like, whoever's writing the script, I guess. Like, this dude got cut in half by a lightsaber and fell into a shaft. But a couple years later, he's found on a different planet and he's now got big, giant spider legs. Where Darth Maul is so cool, we just go, we accept it. Yeah, I don't feel like you can repair. I think, Transformers being complicated cybernetic life forms is like, yeah, there's probably other. You always say, like, the spark, their core, is the thing that's important. If the spark survives, you can repair the body. But if the spark is destroyed, the body's just lifeless. So you could put the body back together, but if the spark's gone, the spark's gone. I think it's the best way to put it. You could potentially repair someone like Jazz who's ripped in half. But I guess being ripped in half, he probably slowly bled energon out. And his spark would have then extinguished. If he'd received immediate medical attention, then maybe he would have lived. Like, where's my spark? Good question. In the effort, I'm just really been putting this standards. I may as well should have just glued it shut. Yeah, I mean, again, they could have put his body back together, but if his spark's dead, they can't fix that. But then again, Megatron was revived with the Allspark, so... or a shard of it. So, it's inconsistency in writing. It's like how Transformers the movie introduces the Autobot Matrix leadership, which has never been mentioned at any point previously, even in scans of Optimus, when Megatron made a copy. It's like, hey, which prime is the Matrix? That would have answered that episode so quickly. I mean, Optimus reacts, he goes, oh, jazz. I suppose Ratchet also does comment that I couldn't save him. So Ratchet tried. But he's stuck in an alien world without proper resources. Yeah, see, like Ironhide or Ratchet walk up with the remains of Jazz, and he's like, "We couldn't save him," and then they hand him Optimus. And Optimus like, "Oh, Jazz," and then while holding his body still, he's like, "You know, we lost a friend, but we made new ones while still holding the corpse." Maybe. I mean, there's been times in the G1 cartoon where he'd be blasting music and he's like, "Jazz, turn off that music." And then, of course, once Blaster showed up, they started blaming him as well, because he was even louder. And Jazz was the only one that liked it. Give us Blaster in the movies. I want Blaster. But then how do you translate a boombox to live action? I suppose they made Soundwave a satellite in the second film and then just a car in the third one, because he was an espionage specialist. Yeah, true. The unfortunate reality. Honestly, I think Blaster would actually work as like an SUV. And then his cassettes can be launched at the back. Like perhaps the back hatch of the SUV is his chest. But he has to be like a big, you know, fancy one with a big massive rims. The sort of person, you know, the type that drives up with their music blaring super loud. That would have to be Blaster, I think. Yeah, the one with a massive sound system in the back as well, yeah. That'd be perfect. Favorite version of the Impulse? Ooh, that's a good question. I feel like the Blast Impulse does not get enough love. It's because who doesn't love big guns? But then the original Force Impulse is just iconic. I don't know. I think I'll say the Blast Impulse just because the heavy weapons doesn't get enough, you know, love, and of course green. Actually, no, specifically the Blast Impulse Spec 2 because it is more fully green. Oh, but then the Sword Impulse Spec 2 is also red. Full on red. The Spec 1 is like green and blue combined. Like the main torso becomes kind of a very dark, almost black. But I think it might be like a very deep green. And then like the accent bits become blue and the red bits become blue. Oh, that's what it is. The main body becomes kind of black, almost black. The red parts become blue, and then the lighter blue parts become green. Dang, I've been sanding this lower arm bit for a bit too long. I've been a little carried away with it. It's funny because I didn't even glue it. I honestly just should have just glued this shut because I sanded it so much that the seam lines are almost disappeared anyway. Like on camera, the seam lines probably don't even show up. They're faintly there. Something I forgot about. Number 13. Oh, probably a hand. And today is the important part. Can you see the seam lines from a distance? No. Cool. If you can see them from a distance, that's a problem. If you can't, then that's good. Up close inspection, sure, I need to glue that shut technically. But yeah. Can't be bothered. Jet did all the sandings if I did, so yeah. Have a specific direction other than, oh, maybe it does. Okay, so the larger opening is the front of the arm, which makes sense for the elbow. Right? Double joint elbow. Not too bad. There's a slight mold line here, though. That's fine. The only thing is, like, you sand the part with the nail, but then you realize you sanded the mold line on that part, and now there's a mold line going along the edges. Well, I have to sand that too, otherwise it looks more weird. Whereas if it went around the whole thing, it'd be like, yeah, it's fine. Anti-gravity racing games? You like, what's that called again? I was gonna say F-Zero, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. Wipeout, that's what I'm looking of, yeah. The PS1. I remember playing Wipeout. Yeah, Wipeout, F-Zero. I feel that's a genre that's kind of vanished a bit. Like sci-fi racing games. In favor of, you know, normal realism or, you know, fun one, like party ones like Mario Party or Mario Kart. I'm sure there's still some like decent ones out there I've just not been aware of. Yeah, it's true, yeah. Anti-gravity racer. Or Star Wars Pod Racer. That's also a good one. That's technically anti-gravity, right? We need a new Star Wars Pod Racer game. I feel like that someone needs to come along, make a Star Wars pod racing game, have kind of like with Star Wars Squadrons, have that sort of level of budget, you know, because they know it's going to be a bit more niche. So have that kind of budget, right? Because Star Wars Squadrons made a profit, so you know, it's a small one. And then like make a pod racing game, just set in the Star Wars galaxy. It doesn't have to be canon at all. Just set a game in the universe. Hell, it could be the racing circuit during the Old Republic era. Because Qui-Gon mentions he saw pod racing on Malastare, was it? It's like very fast, very dangerous. So he's seen pod racing before on other planets. I'm pretty sure in the pod racing game that was one of the planets you can go to. I won't work in Twitch chat, but you can drop it in Discord. just then it won't work in Twitch. No, it censors it. You'll see it, but it censors it for everyone else. Basically, it says store dot, and then it has a censor. Okay, then I think it censored the word Steam. I see store space dot, and then it censored a word. And it's not telling me what it censored either. Just drop it on Discord. Yeah, general chat's fine. I should probably make a gaming specific one. But general's fine. This is why my backlog is so big. I'm such a... what's the word I want to use? Pernickety? Person when it comes to sanding. Like my first few kits, I barely did it. But as time's gone on, I've become more obsessive with it. Pernickety is the best one resistance? Yeah. Pernickety is a fun word. Some people call that pretentious. Ballistic NG. Make sure I mute the video on Discord so it doesn't play through the stream. Oh, that was like straight up old school Wipeout. Even with like the graphics as well, which is like much higher resolution, but still nice and kind of blocky, which I like. Ooh, mods are always good. Don't you get to a rally race? That's a at this point you get it for a different game. See, I need to see if games like that have multiplayer. I mean, imagine they might, because then that could be a fun thing to play on stream together. Because just set up a lobby and then just race. There's an arm. Enough in hand. Gundam Racer, like the one of those build fighters. Dumb. It's all. Oh yeah, because there was one race they had as well, wasn't there? Yeah. I feel like unless you had a transforming mobile suit, you were at a disadvantage in that scenario. Though thinking of transformations and racing, it was not so long ago, maybe a month or two ago, a game came out called Transformers Galactic Trials. It's exactly what you're thinking. It is a Mario Kart Transformers. Kind of. Which, on the surface, sounds like a cool idea, but I looked into it, and apparently it's very kind of janky. So it's a bit janky. But I mean, it seems like it's okay, probably fun. The biggest issue I probably have with it, and why I'm not going to bother with it, it doesn't have any online multiplayer. It's straight up just local multiplayer only. So you can play 2-player local and that's it. Don't know why you'd have that in the year 2024. But it has no online at all. So Steam Remote Play could work for that as well, yeah, potentially. But it seems to be like it is just like there's racing sections and your alt mode, and then there's sections where you shoot stuff. But I feel like it missed the mark of just, no, you could have made it straight up like Mario Kart, and that would have been great. I think it's like super cheap actually. Hang on. Steam, bring it up for a second. I'll pop it on Discord and look. Never seeing it. Formers, collected trial. Oh wait, no, it's not cheap. I thought it was super cheap. It's like £35. Oh yeah, because it's straight up peer-to-peer. It seems like a decent idea. Oh, it's $40. Well, it converted it to dollars for when I put it in the Discord. Surprisingly, its reviews are positive. Maybe it's better than I thought it was. It just has no online. I feel like this is a game that had online multiplayer. No matter how simplistic it is, it would probably be very popular among the Transformers fan base. But for whatever, actually, I'm looking at the rest of this developer's stuff, and it's all like the really cheap Hasbro tie-in games. Then yeah. Is there an anime cartoon show about anti-gravity racing? Ooh. Specifically anti-gravity. Wait. The only thing I can even straight away think of is F-Zero's anime. Yeah, there's an F-Zero anime. I've never watched it. I've just seen the clips of it from it. Open Star Racing? Not heard of that one. There's some multiplayer games that have. Because I feel like things like Mario Kart or like racing games in general are always good for just playing with chat. Especially with something like Mario Kart. Any kind of racing game where you have drop in and drop out. Things that are like super casual. Or something like Forza Motorsport. That's not really going to be a drop in kind of multiplayer game. Much as I like Forza. Now, these are actually really good ideas for potential future streams. Like maybe in just over 2 weeks' time, like 2.5 weeks' time, when it will be my 4th anniversary of being a Twitch affiliate. And I may be considering doing a longer stream. And the music cut out. Oh, it's because it ended the playlist, that's why. And let's look at the end of that playlist and like, oh, it didn't, was it refresh it? Oh, I'd like to look at that later. Longer stream quiet on queue, yeah. I mean, I'd say like maybe like, as we hit 400 followers, and the 4th anniversary of my Twitch affiliate comes up soon, so 12-hour stream? Maybe. Probably. I have a day doing a bunch of stuff, perhaps. I imagine if it's old enough, it was probably on YouTube. These parts of it. Back in the day when YouTube had anime shows on there that basically were in 5-minute cuts. And then you get in certain parts of missions, you miss half an episode. Yep. Or what I always loved is AMVs. Anime music videos. Those were great. It really cemented the whole thing of, in the Western fan base, anime fans were also emos. I still love the fact that in Linkin Park's actual music video for Somewhere I Belong, the Sazabi is on a shelf in one of the shots, along with I think it's a GBO1 or GBO2. Yeah, depends. There's some really, really great Code Geass ones. Okay, notice something really good about this hand, right? The nubs were on the top of the thumb, underside of it, and on the ball joint. Not a single one on the fingers. Because that's like, if you put your gate and thus the nub on the fingers, that's a pain in the arse. But here, the flat bit of the thumb, underside, and the flat side of the ball joint, perfect. Easy to clean up. Yeah. Something I learned, of course, years later, despite even loving. I suppose I was a fan of Linkin Park as a kid before of fan of Gundam. So something I was not aware of. There was an actual. Was it? I think it was the Minutes to Midnight album. There was a version that came with a GBO2 in the album covers with like custom decals and stuff. So there was an actual official crossover. If you look it up, there's an actual literal Linkin Park Gundam that was for a specific version of the album. Because they were fans of Gundam. No worries, Finn. If you think of the rock musicians who are also Gundam fans, Andrew WK. Surprised he never had a custom Gunpla, considering for the 30th anniversary of Gundam, he made a cover album, which was only ever released in Japan, despite being an American singer. I don't know if that's true. I feel like no, because I've never heard that until now. But I also never watched Dragon Ball, so wasn't my cup of tea. Right, it just took us nearly 2 hours to do one arm because we've been rambling so much. Which is part of the fun of build and chat. That's how that works. Okay. But I don't believe they did now. Unless they did a cover at once. I'm not familiar with it, so could not tell you. But I don't recall Linkin Park doing any official openings. But like the 90s dubbing of stuff, they often, did their own intros and stuff. Look at Pokemon. Which, of course, in the case of a Pokemon dub, that opening became so iconic. It's also weird to think about the actual lyrics for the Pokemon. The original Japanese one is weird. I need the B runners now, not the A runners. Or the second runner, okay. Yes. I love how some people are like nostalgic for the Digimon opening Butterfly, and I'm like, what? And I'm like, no, Digimon's intro was Digimon, Digital Monsters. But there's a Japanese song for the original one that was actually really, really good. But the English one was, no, it's just Digimon. It's very simple. Yeah, the English song for like Pokemon was, it set a vibe, and I think that intro alone is probably plays a huge part in its popularity for the Western audience. Like I know the complete lyrics to that song. It's one of the few songs I can remember the lyrics to. Here's a fun thing. So, like, this was probably a good few years ago when I was still at university. A bunch of me and my friends went to a nightclub for Halloween, and Pokemon came on because it was Halloween. They like had all the extra songs in there, and it's funny. This is a rock club, and it's fun that Pokemon theme came on, and everyone in that building knew the lyrics. This is a place that normally plays heavy metal. Oh yeah, absolutely. Sets the tone perfectly. I remember seeing a thing about like what the lyrics are in English, or Japanese rather. And you know how there's that random girl in the opening where Pikachu runs into her skirt? That's actually mentioned in the Japanese lyrics. But the Japanese lyrics are about searching far and wide because Pokemon could be anywhere, even under that girl's skirt. That was literally a lyric in Japanese. That was an actual line in the Japanese opening. And it's just like, yeah, that's a good thing that they changed that because this character never appeared in the anime at all. It's just Pikachu running under the skirt for no reason. It's probably the one that sounds similar. Mm-hmm. It's an English dub thing, but it became iconic worldwide. So the English dub is kindly partly responsible. Huh? Post a link of the song currently playing. I mean, it's on screen right there. It's on Pretzel Rocks. Yeah, I've tried to search for some reason. Searching this, climbing up the walls of this building, I don't know what's up with it. Pretzel Rocks has been glitching out today. And like some of the songs, the artists' names are missing. So I don't know what's up with that. But Climbing Up the Walls is the one currently playing. Yeah. The artist names vanished for some reason. I don't know why. Like, I'm looking at the playlist and like some of the songs have their artist name below it and some don't. It's really strange. How do I turn that on again? I don't remember. But I can look it up proper later and then drop it in Discord. Maybe Pretzel will like be working again properly. Because I know a couple of times that Twitch has muted that song on the stream. You know, I have permission to use it. Well, unfortunately, Macaboy, I can't copy the singer's name right now because it's not showing up. Something on the database for Pretzel, I think, glitched out. So I can't see it. I should be able to check it later. Because a couple of times that song has got muted on the VOD, and at least when I check it, it will tell me Pretzel Rocks. Let me read. Welcome back, Vin. I need to like cap as well. Yes, he has an arm. One full arm. Yeah, I know. Mecha, I don't know the name of the artist because the database on Pretzel is broken and I can't see it. So something's wrong on Pretzel, so I can't see the artist's name. It's not showing up. Fair enough. I mean, it showed up the name previous times I've played it, but something's broken today. But I should be able to look it up later, because often that song seems to get muted on the VOD, and then it will tell me the artist's name when it does that. Even though with having my Pretzel account, I have permission to use it. So if I find it out later, I'll drop it in Discord. It's like auto thingy. It's like it's Twitch's auto detect not working properly. But I can simply just go claim, say, actually, I do have this permission, by the way. Change it. And then just let Pretzel know, like, hey, by the way, it's getting false flagged. And it usually gets fixed. No. That's so Pretzel Rocks is the company, that software provider I'm using. So basically I have a subscription to them. And so all the music on their thing that I play on stream, because I have a subscription to them, it's kind of like Spotify in a way, but all the music on there is cleared for Twitch. But I've also got an extra filter on as well, so that's also cleared for YouTube. So when I put the archive over there, it should not have any issues either. Shouldn't. But sometimes things, false flag things. So there's definitely been the case where, like, yeah, unfortunately I don't know the name, because the database that shows up the name, because like even this song right now is playing is like half of the people in this playlist I can see the artist name, but the other half, like, I think the database is glitching today, and so I can't see their names. I can see the name of the song, but the artist names are missing. So I'm guessing it's glitched today. No, I think it's just broken, because half of the people in the playlist are missing their artist names, which is frustrating. Yeah, pretty much. I use this playlist most of the time recently, so it's very easy for me to check it later if it works again. Because look, that artist, this song, you see how it actually says chain reaction and an anger music. The other songs should have the artist name as well. But for some reason, half the songs aren't showing the name of the artist. And that's coming directly from the app. Yeah, the other ones just show blank. But that one I can see the artist name, which is very small. But it's there. But the other ones are just blank for some reason. Oh yeah, on some it's blank, that's what I'm saying. On some that it seems to just have glitched out. Because I was looking up something earlier before I streamed, and like, there was a song where I opened up the song that says, details are not available for this song. Like, So some of the songs just weren't, the database must have glitched or something. And so like, maybe a server's not working right. And so like some of the info is just missing. But the music's playing, so, I mean, I could set the chat bot right back up again, because Pretzel has a chatbot command where it can then drop the song information in the chat. Well, songs are short enough that it spams the chat so much I don't like it. I'd rather just have it display on the screen. Basically what happens is, like, if you get a quiet part of the stream, people aren't saying much, then it just becomes a massive list of just the bot posting the song. Maybe? I don't know. It's something I have to look into. I know there's like an API thing or whatever to do it. I mean, I don't know how to do it. That's more of the question. Because you'd have to have it linked to the database. Like, this song's art is missing as well. I'll need to look into it later. The cover art does say Dust to Dust, so that might be the album. There's a couple of songs in here that have that same cover. Oh, hello. Okay, I can tell. I know what artist this is from then, because I'm looking at the playlist. There's another song on this playlist called Jericho. Has the same thumbnail, but it's by Anger Music. So, randomly, that some songs have it showing and some don't. Something's broken, and it's not on my end. No, because it was working last time. I used the same playlist last time we played for building this, and it was all, at least from what I noticed, it was working fine. So it might have just broken in between now and then, or then and now. It'll just be a database error. Yeah, probably. Because normally it's fine. We've had problems in the past where, like, I used to run Pretzel off the browser and then just, you know, keep it a separate browser and then capture that little window. But for some reason, we're using the browser, it just kept, like, stopping randomly. So I finally got the app, downloaded their app, and I've got capture instead. And it's been working fine. With that being said, when I first started using this, the app did not work at all. So at least they fixed the app. That works. Literally, the app was so broken before, you couldn't even log into it. It would get stuck in a loop. So like literally to have the music display where it is right now, it's literally the app playing in the background on my desktop and then capturing it, and then I've just cropped it down to that to display it. Use last resources and trying to use the browser. The curved part needs to be downwards, so it fits some of the shoulder. Check Discord, give me a moment. Metric Racer. That another 0G Racer. Ooh. I'm gonna take a look at these later. And good music. Ooh, we love good music. Oops, I missed a bit here. That's true, they do. They are a very specific vibe. Sometimes. I used to be really into Forza Motorsport, but not so much anymore. They're kind of nice, just kind of when you just want something to play. Of course, growing up, I always played Mario Kart. And would always win against my sisters. I actually played a bit of Forza Horizon 5 on stream a few years back. Yeah, they're not for everyone. I like them well enough. I mean, they're on Game Pass, so like, yeah, they suit me fine. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I feel like you can play them for a few hours and that's it. And then maybe come back. What I do miss is like the old Need for Speed games, like Underground and stuff. You can always get PC game patch. But only good really if you play games a lot. I don't know, I mean, like, there's still tons of other games as well. Pretty much any game that comes out on Xbox also goes to PC. So it's always, if you have Game Pass PC and don't have an Xbox, boom, you don't need an Xbox. Like Starfield or any other first party stuff. And of course we've got like EA Play in there as well. I suppose now that Microsoft owns Activision Blizzard, all the COD games in future will go to Game Pass. So you're thinking of games that are on Game Pass that are nice to look at. MechWarrior 5, Mercenaries, and Clans. They're both Game Pass. Race Driver Grid. Yeah, I've heard of that one, yeah. Never played it. But I did hear of it. Oh, another remake. Interesting. Didn't know there was a remake. Time of Brown Gaming? Not familiar with that term. Grid 1, Grid 2 are epic, but Grid 3 is meh. Oh, yeah, Grid. Or Brown Gaming, the publisher. Or developer. Oh, I kind of get you. I mean, where they had that kind of filter that made everything kind of dark and... Okay, I get you. Yeah. Like how Deus Ex Human Revolution... No. Deus Ex Human Revolution had that kind of goldy, piss-colored filter. Despite that filter, good game. There was one of my favorite musicians on YouTube, Little V. He did like a cover of the Deus Ex main theme many years ago when that game came out. I just remember him doing that, and then he takes off his sunglasses. He's like, "Why is everything covered in piss?" It was like, yeah, now once you say it, you're like, yeah, you know what? It kind of has that filter going on. A lot of times these filters, though, were designed to kind of hide imperfections. A good example of that is like Metal Gear Solid 3 had a very kind of cloudy, muddy filter to it, which helped hide like background stuff. So when like the HD remasters came out, the flaws in the background stuff became more noticeable because the filter wasn't as effective. I'm thinking about when the Snake Eater remake comes out. Here's what's interesting: if you play it with the new controls, it has the new lighting. But if you play it in the legacy controls and stuff, it has that filter as well. So like, hopefully that filter allows you to toggle it on or off depending what. Because I'd like to play the new game mode with the old filter as well. Because the isometric camera is nice, but the third-person camera, it's gonna be pretty fun too. Oh, I'm wondering. I wonder if at the Game Awards we'll see a release date for the Snake Eater remake. Because it was announced at the previous Game Awards, right? Oh. First car in Grid 1's a Dodge Viper. Grid 2's an old Mustang. I'll take the Mustang. The Viper's nice, but it's Mustang cooler. Formula Racing, Mountain Tour, Drifting, Destruction Derby. We have Destruction Derby as well. Nice. Something I found is like when playing like Forza Horizon, for example, my favorite races are always the rallies, especially in winter. Like Forza Horizon, rally racing in the winter. Something about having a rally in the snow that's just peak. Whereas normal road racing, boring. I'm gonna kick out some mud. Destruction Derby on Grid 1. Ah, okay. Pretty bad kind of story, but you mostly do road racing across different countries and vehicle types. That's not too bad. I feel like that's why I like racing games. They are really kind of niche because like general audiences just find it boring. It's still fun though. It's always funny though when you think about it, how like general audiences kind of find racing games kind of boring compared to like things like COD. But at the same time, racing games always have some of the best graphics. Like Forza is a great example of that. Like, it looks beautiful. Oh, absolutely. The story has to catch you right at the start. That's where like the Need for Speed games did it well. Because you had the whole thing of, oh, that guy stole my car. He's going down. I think also the music and Need for Speed Underground especially was fantastic. There it is. I think like something like Forza Horizon. Horizon's fun, but there's no story at all, really. It is just there to give you, hey, you got progress, but it's bland. It's so bland. Fun game, bland as shit story. Because it's just there's no story really there. Like, give me some rivals or like trash talking and stuff. Instead of right off the bat, oh my god, you're the best racer, yay! It's what we want in reality, really. We want everyone to be hyping each other up. But a story needs just some drama to it. Ah. Yeah, you need to give me a rival to beat. Otherwise it just feels kind of soulless. Which I guess kind of Forza's problem is as much as I enjoy Forza, it's like, hey, there's no rival for me to beat. Start a new racing event and need rivals and racers, so you need to challenge racing clubs across the world to participate. That sounds more fun. Or I think Forza Horizon especially, it's a sandbox. Which has pros and cons. Oh. Yeah, that sounds fun. And engaging. I guess the tricky thing with racing games is trying to give a narrative that's engaging. While still having gameplay. That's the other shoulder. And now these parts for the arm. Oh, okay. Hands too quickly. Yeah, it's kind of F1. I've been curious about the new F1 games because they have like a career mode now where you're actually, you know, an F1 driver. I guess that's why it's also, I guess technically it's not called FIFA anymore. But the football games. Was it EA FC they call it now? Because EA didn't want to pay FIFA's license fee because they kept raising it. They're like, nah. It probably was, but I feel like it's like modern like sports games, be it like Formula One, be like FIFA or whatever it's called now, or the WWE. They have that like seem to have very good like story modes, career modes where like the storytelling's apparently very well done. They make you feel you're part of that world. Oh yeah, they have Managerverse as well, yeah. I feel like that's a good thing. Any sport game, if it makes you feel like you're part of that world, I think that's probably a win. I guess that the goal of games in general, isn't it? Either it's dumb, silly fun, or, you know, it makes you feel a part of the world you're in. Which is where custom characters come in handy. But it's always hit and miss, depending on the game. Oh, there's cutscenes in newer ones. I need this direction. Good one makes you select a nickname with a race engineer calls you by it. Also calls out your position in the race and any damage occur. That's nice. Like that's immersion. I know like Forza Horizon, the newer ones, basically you can choose a nickname or whatever bunch of normal names that they've obviously pre-recorded lines for. But it's just more like to say, hey, Captain, you're doing good. It's just like, very limited. Like little things like that where helps immersion out, you know. Yeah, they feel like you're making progress. Realize I forgot to get the actual lower arm parts over here. Need for Speed Heat. I did not play it. Wasn't that the most recent one? I remember like seeing it as like a weird kind of hybrid sort of art style. Where it's like realistic but stylized effects and stuff. Oh, Unbound's the latest one. Okay, I'm confused. No, I don't think I've played either of them then. I don't remember playing Heat. I think the last Need for Speed game I played was Hot Pursuit. Yeah, it was Hot Pursuit. So that was probably a while ago. Played Unbound, Heat, Carbon, Most Wanted, Underground 2. I played Underground 1 and 2, and then I played the original Most Wanted. One of the BMW at the start. Carbon was the one after that one, wasn't it? Where I had like the mountain racing duels, I think. If I'm remembering correctly. And then of course Hot Pursuit, which is because it's fun to... The original 2006, yeah. I know there's a newer version. The original Most Wanted, yeah. That's one I played as well. Basically, Xbox... Like original Xbox, PS2, 360, PS3, that kind of era. Like the mid-2000s. The point when I played Need for Speed the most. Though the remake of Hot Pursuit, not like the remaster not so long a few years ago, but I forget which one it is. But Hot Pursuit is fun because playing, racers and police is fun. Fun to take turns. There's a fake real by Criterion. Wait, so there's a remake? I thought there was a Most Wanted remake. It was a few years ago. That's the right way around. The 2006 one's one I played. I remember that. I remember going to Blockbuster to rent it. The 2060 version of Most Wanted is not a remake, just the name's same, but okay. A reimagining. I've heard the recent Need for Speed games have been kind of underwhelming. Like they peaked in the mid-2000s, and then it's kind of been like a slow decline of the franchise. There's not even a story? What? Okay, yeah, that. No wonder people are pissed about that one. Just name only. Wow. Oh, Burnout Paradise. I never just got around to playing it. I mean, I remember playing Burnout 1 and 2. Never played Paradise. Oh, I played Takedown as well. What was that? Which was the third one. I think by the time Paradise came out, I was like, I don't really care anymore. Need for Speed Heat has a nice story and no microtransactions. Yes, hallelujah. Like, microtransactions are okay in certain games, but other ones are like, they take the piss with it. As long as the microtransactions are literally micro and not macro. Like, hey, this skin's a $5. Sure, why not? This skin's 20 quid. No, go away. Unbound is a mess with UI and game mechanics. Is Unbound the one that had that kind of, like, the cell shaded effect on it, like a smoke effects and stuff, or whatever it was? It had a weird hybrid design. That's the one I'm thinking of. Okay, there's that one then. I think that one, people just looked at it and was like, this looks weird. Because the characters, I think I've seen cutscenes from the story, and like, the characters look normal. More or less. Like, yeah, if you're going to have stylized effects, make the whole game stylized. Because the cars still look like they were mostly realistic. Oh, you can't even remember it? Wow. Yeah, I could put a lot of people off. Okay. I'm sure a specific part of the fan base will be very happy about that DLC. It's a Black Void. Good call there. Classic old video games of just a shadow. No details. Why waste polygons? Who knows? I feel like it probably would be intentional. Yeah, you just make it super simple. There's plenty of old video games where like a character had a dress or anything. It's just like a solid block. Because how you didn't have to render the legs. Save yourself some polygons. Make it run better. Yeah, I'll say it was definitely a pose that probably was not designed for that outfit, because if that was DLC, like extra added stuff, then they probably just didn't think about it. Or like, you know what, it's too much effort to model the legs fully, just, you know. Or because they knew people would probably do that, they're like, you know, make it big black box. Make it nothing there. There's probably an artist that are brought up during an early access DLC. Okay. Who knows? Yeah, it's funny. I mean, very fussy with the seam lines today. Don't know why. Give me a drink of water. One step ahead of you. I was already hydrating. I was just realizing the time as well. I was like, oh, you know what? I should finish off my gamer setup so I'm not drinking caffeine too late. Posture is relatively good considering my awkward setup. No worries, Mechabot. You have a good night. Oh, armor's getting sorted in this. I grab my higher grit stuff, this would be quicker, I think. But I don't want to. Or lower grit, I should say, not higher grit. Boom, 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 boom. Always be building. I mean, I don't build fast enough because that's why the pile is so massive. That and being a fan of multiple different shows does not help. If I just like did the classic like snip, snip, attach, and didn't do any sanding at all, I could fire through these so quickly. But this is more satisfying. FTDs. Yeah. The thing is, kits can be nice. Even just, you know, snapping together. The thing is, like, the amount of time you put into a kit is entirely up to the builder. Some people just like the experience of like chilling out, cutting bits off of things, put it together, and that's, you know, maybe apply stickers, and that is nice and relaxing. I feel like the longer I've been a builder, the slower, instead of faster, I've become slower. More efficient, perhaps, but slower. Because there's other people who like will stream, they'll build an entire master grade and time it takes me to do a high grade. I'm like, Because on average, I spend 3 to 4 streams building a high grade. Well, anywhere between 8 and 10 weeks to do a real grade or master grade. Just based on previous experience. No, at least in the master grade's favor, I was painting the pilot. So, you know. So I think when it comes to the other impulses stored in the blast, I'll likely build the main suit off stream, potentially, and then build the new parts or different on stream. That's the shallower part, right? That goes that away. Oop, doggo. And that goes on to all the way around. That way. And then into the shoulder. Now just need a hand. And then that's the whole upper body done. minus panel lining and extra details. Climbing up the walls. Does feel like we right at home in an Armored Core game. "30-minute missions kits." I built one Alto when it first came out, that line, and I've not built any since. I've been meaning to, though. I also got a couple of 30-minute sisters sitting on the shelf, or the pile, and one 30-minute fantasy as well. All waiting to get built. So I'm also waiting for those Armored Core kits, which I think I saw Gundam Mad mention that they're coming soon. Like in the next couple weeks, I believe. So that'll be nice. Impulse. The Verdeltio? That one I'm not familiar with. I mean, there's a bunch of them, so I can't remember which one's which. All I know is, well, they are Gunpla, technically, because they're Bandai, so they are pretty much the same quality as you'd expect from a Gunpla. Just non-Gundam. So basically the quality level is like the same as a high grade. Okay, turn the page. You know what I'm tempted to do? Instead of starting the legs, I'm thinking maybe get the shield and the rifle and then just have the upper... The core top. The top flyer. Let's see. Because up next would be the feet, then the legs, then the waist. Or I could build a rifle and a shield. And then attach that. Which I'll require that part as well. I'm gonna do that. That way I can say the top flyer is finished. Right. Things that I need. Speed runner. The adapter part so you can plug in an action base into the torso by itself. I'll need that. And then the rifle. Let's build it correctly this time, not like the last time I built this kit, where I cut off the barrel tip. Number 32. Oh, so 23 as well. Oh, that's what that part is looking at. I wonder what the sticker was for earlier. It's for the sight on this. Which is still a three-dimensional object, so I'm probably going to paint it later. $24 for the barrel. This must be the secondary handle. And I'll grab the one bit from the shield I need. And as well. Actually, no, I need two bits from the shield, don't I? That, and then the attachment point itself. The good thing about the 30-minute missions, though, is they're actually quite cheap. So they're reasonably priced for checking out. Indeed, worth a punt. I built one little Alto when the line first came out here, and that was a fun little kit. Now, they call it 30-minute mission because you can build it in 30 minutes, so long as you're not sanding it. Anyway. Took me 3 hours for the very first one, so I call that a win. Very error mission. How about that? 10 hours per day. It takes a long time and enjoy it. Yeah, exactly. Good point. Time is money. If you take a while to build it, then it's money well spent, right? Hmm? Oh, that's interesting. So that part of the torso is not part of the core, the top flyer. It's part of the torso, but it will be at top of the legs, because that's the plug port for this. Fair enough. Completely forgot about how it's shaped. Favorite build so far? Ooh. I built quite a few things. Real great new Gundam. That was great. Really love the high grade Dalanza. Guel's one. That and the Garibaldi. Something about those two is particularly, just because, maybe because they're a cool design as well as like a nice build, and in fact the colors not being the typical Gundam colors, because it's not a Gundam. It's always nice to have something different color stands on the shelf. Do really like my Master Grade Hail Strike as well. That was a nice build. You know, the Metal Gear Rex build, that was really good. I mean, it's not Gunpla, but that was fun. Especially because we got the paint like Liquid, Snake, and you know, having Snake, Liquid, and Gray Fox as well. Metal Gear. Metal Gear Rex is a Metal Gear Solid. I built that earlier this year as well. So you got the paint, obviously, the piles and stuff. Like on my shelf, to the side here, and it's nice because it basically comes with two different versions of Gray Fox. Actually, there's a normal Gray Fox on my desk. I painted up. I had to make him a base because they didn't come with bases. So he was fun to paint. So I had to actually get some styrene to stick to his feet. Same with Snake as well. Obviously the Liquid's, you know, shirtless inside the cockpit. So that was interesting to paint. Aimu went over a little overzealous in the shadows, so he's very defined. Despite being this tiny size. But they're... I mean, that's why I just got white styrene. It's basically just white styrene that I cut to the size and glued them on there. It took a couple attempts to get it to glue properly because I didn't let it sit long enough for the first time. So they were fun to paint. The first time I did it, I knocked them right off the base. But there's also a second version of him it came with, where he's missing an arm and he's lying down, just kind of splayed out, because it's the part where Liquid stands on him with the Rex. So you can imagine which version is on display with Rex right now, if this one's on my desk. Meanwhile, Solid Snake is holding the Stinger missile, watching in horror. This was a cockpit open up, yeah, screaming at us. Nice. Just if you go into the Discord for like the build stuff, if you scroll up, you'll probably see it in there as well. So after building it, I chose not to paint it to do the camouflage pattern, just left it as the plastic it was. Because it's like, you know what? I don't have the energy to try and attempt the camo pattern, and definitely not with an airbrush. I might revisit it in future at some point, maybe do the camo pattern, but it's fine as is. It's like a really intricate kit as well, because it's layered. There's a whole like under layer of detail, which is probably what they did because there's an MGS4 version with the damaged armor. How easy is to use an airbrush? I feel like it's surprisingly easy, because once it's like you've got air going to it. Plop some paint into the thingy and then just pull the lever back, push it down. It's surprisingly very easy, but it's then the trick is coming to learn to use it well. For like mixing paints to make sure it flows properly. Make sure you have consistent airflow. You know, a good compressor helps with that. And of course, any like more advanced things like shading and stuff. I've not really tried that stuff. I've mainly just done like basic color stuff with it before. And like varnish coats. It was mostly tricky to learn to use because my old, because I bought it on Amazon. It was like super cheap because it was an airbrush with a compressor set. But it was one of these super cheap ones that's more aimed at, you know, people not doing professional model stuff. So the compressor was garbage. The brush was alright though. They're constantly having to dismantle the brush. The thing with the compressor though is it had no gauge on it, so you had no idea what it was set to. I just knew that I touched it while to try and adjust it, it's going to be hot. I eventually got an actual little compressor that has a gauge on it, and that brushes. It has a more consistent airflow. I wanted to eventually like get a better brush as well. The thing is though, is if you invest in your tools, they will serve you well. Oh, and then there's the time I broke the nozzle as well. I was like tightening the nozzle. I tightened it just a tiny bit too much and snapped it. Because they're very teeny tiny brass nozzles. If you over tighten, you will snap it very easily. That was fun to get back out. And then buy a replacement. Yeah, basically they'll come with a tiny wrench for putting the nozzles on. As soon as you feel resistance, stop. It's not like something that's heavy where you're like, oh, I want to go to like put the force in and it's secure. Airbrush, no. As soon as you feel it resisting you, you stop. You stop tightening that. It's going to snap otherwise. Obviously different. You know, this is like a super cheap knockoff one, so it's like probably even more brittle. But when I eventually get things set up in here so I can have that secondary desk, then I could potentially use the airbrush on stream as well. Though I would definitely need to get a new airbrush before I did it on stream, for an obvious reason of being a VTuber. You probably know that most airbrushes are stainless steel and thus reflective. So I looked at some like ones that are anodized finishes, so they have a color to it. Those look nice. More like my face reflecting on it. But the ones that are like an anodized finish, so like it's like powder coat. Those look nice because, like, you know, they're like different colors and stuff. Things I don't really mind my face being seen all that much, technically speaking. But, you know. The anonymity is fun. Or nice. I mean, one of my earlier build streams was a gold-plated double diver. I did not save that archive because I could see my face reflecting in the parts. So I think the angle of the camera being like this versus me being here is not a direct reflection, as opposed to me holding the part towards me. It's like, oh, I can see myself very clearly. Nice kit. Also, the quickest thing I've ever built on stream. Because it was a plated kit. Because the thing's, if you have a gold plated kit, not only is it reflective, but you can't sand the nubs on a plated kit because you'll just rip it right off. So like, you cut it, cool, that's it. So I built an entire kit in one stream for a change. Which is why you hope the kit's undergated. Because if it's not undergated, well, it's going to be very obvious. I know people despise the high-grade Phoenix, for example, because obviously it's just a variant of the Unicorn. And the original Unicorn high-grade has gate placements that were not thought of for a future plated version. So apparently, like, the Unicorns have like a gate like here or something, like right at the front of the shoulder. So apparently the Phoenix has a lovely gold, and then it just has this black bit for the plastic underneath. Apparently. What I found funny about the double diver ace gold plating is it was actually the correct color underneath it for the original suit. So it's like they just printed the normal version and then plated it afterwards. Which is funny. It kind of makes me wonder, because I definitely want to get the real grade Akatsuki. But it's something when I do eventually get that, it will have to be, how shiny is it? Will it be a stream build or just my own time build? I'm pretty sure it's very shiny, which is screen accurate. Easier this bit. a specific direction for this? I think it does, but it's very hard to see the shape of this. See, this one has its barrel, unlike the first one I ever built, where I cut off that tab by accident. And this is why you don't build when you're sleepy. Doggo. That's coming off. Now the shield technically has, oh sorry, shield. The rifle technically has a couple of stickers. One for the gun sight, which I might take back off and then paint it later. I'll pop it on there now. Even though that's actual detail I'm covering up. I get the job done for now. There's two little red bits here as well. Little tiny red dots. Or is it one? Oh, is it one sticker across the two parts? That's a bit. It's probably gonna look like shit. Could do is slice that in half. Yeah, I'm probably gonna take it off later and just paint that bit. So it looks like shit. But I'm not going for the detail right now. Right now, though, we need a shield. What else do I need for this shield and the lower part? So we're making the small version, not the open version. So we need this yellow bit, the last yellow bit as well. It's funny that the Force Impulse has that more, like, the Strike had a yellow stripe in the center and then little bits on the edges. Whereas the Impulse has the straight up classic Gundam kind of star cross, which it's the Air Federation logo. Technically. It's the wrong timeline for Air Federation. And you're zapped. There's the back bit, and then just the red bits. Oh, my helmet. Say helmet, my headset. It is sliding off my head. Are the runners just breaking? Nice. Oh, well, that's handy. I guess. Yeah, the gates kind of broke off. Or when it's like between two bits here. I think was these safety flags on the tip of the shield? They actually blend in pretty well. Hmm. Again, save myself some time with this part because it's going to be inset inside the other bit, so I don't have to worry about the nub so much. It's now hidden. I like the seeded Cosmic Era interpretations of 0079. Yeah, the Zaku Warriors like take the basic idea of the Zaku and basically modernized it. I love it. And of course, it corrected the one major flaw in the original Zaku design. It put the shield on the correct side. Because the shield should be on the opposite to the arm you're holding the gun. Zaku and Amarasai had a baby. I mean, considering Amarasai is just a descendant of Zaku, so they're all part of the same family, in a way. And of course, then Seed Freedom gave us the Cosmic Era Zagok, which was nice. Which turned out to be the most popular suit of the movie. They originally weren't planning to give it a high grade, but it was so popular, like, you know what? You're getting a high grade and it's a general release. So I think that's how, especially in Japan, it was extremely popular. Because there was like a hobby show earlier this year where they showed off, they basically made a prototype pretty quickly just to show off at a show. And yeah, so basically you can fit parts of the Justice inside of it. So its internal frame, especially for the torso part, it has its own internal frame that is shaped like the Justice, but you can swap that out for the actual torso as well. And then of course change it, the head for the battle damage part, so you can see the head underneath. It's a really genius idea. So the inner frame is being made to have this basically the basic shape of the Justice. So there's a space for it. And I think that's just cool. Honestly, that's going to make me buy two. One just to be the Zagok, and of course then buy a second Infinite Justice as well. Though there is like a, if you maybe look on YouTube, oh, what's it again? Ray Studio? They built a master grade sized Zagok, and they built it from scratch to have it so that they could literally put the full mobile suit in it. Like as a custom someone did. It was like a group of people, Ray Studio. They basically built it so that they built a master grade Infinite Justice, you know, by themselves. They've scratch built, possibly from taking possible just scaling up the high grade, and then they built a master grade Zagok to go over it, including modifying the Justice underneath so that it's like joints could stretch and stuff, so that would physically fit inside. I'll look up the video later and drop it in. I'm not sure if I did already a while back. But it's really freaking amazing. I'm thinking about that Ray Studio. They actually sell their own line of tools. So it seems like it's like a small company that basically customize stuff and then, you know, have their own tools that they sell. Basically, I guess they be like, hey, we need all these tools. Sure, let's just make them ourselves. And then made a company around it, I guess. Not entirely sure, but it seems what's the case there. So literally, I see their shorts on YouTube a lot pop up, and always like they kind of break it into like little sections for the shorts, and it's basically like, hey, this is this. So they basically they know what tool they're using exactly, and then you go, hey, I need to buy that tool to do the same thing. Well, I'm glad that's going to be hidden. You can just see the whiteness there. That'll be hidden by that white bit there. So that was a thick gate. It's also like funny because they did that before the high grade was even announced, which is crazy. They just loved it in the movie that much. Which I kind of like the popularity of the Zagok, right, in the film, got it a normal release high grade rather than being a P-Bandai thing. And it makes you realize that a lot of the things that end up becoming P-Bandai are like, they're popular enough to get a kit, but like they're not super popular that get Bandai's like, you know what, we don't think they're going to sell as well. And so they go, oh yeah, we'll just make it, you know, P-Bandai. Sell it directly, make more money off each individual kit. That's the logic they're going for that. But then, of course, some suits are far more popular outside of Japan than they are inside Japan. Like how all the recent G Gundam high grades and some of the wing ones as well being P-Bandai. It's like, no, these are shows that are very popular outside of Japan, especially in America, but not as popular in Japan. Like, Wing and G Gundam are like extremely popular in America because they were the very first to broadcast on TV and dubbed. Especially Wing. Whereas in Japan, they're just kind of, they're popular, but nowhere near as popular as like the Cosmic Era or the Universal Century. Like the Cosmic Era is like by far the most popular alongside the original, the Universal Century. I think it's the thing we always often forget in the Western fan base is like, just because something's popular among us doesn't mean it's popular enough in Japan and that is the primary market. So it's not popular enough there, you know, it's probably not going to get a kit. Or if they do, it's going to be P-Bandai and then only America can get it. So I guess those G Gundam suits being P-Bandai, because they could be sold directly via P-Bandai USA, I guess. So they can sell directly to their audience. And make more money off each individual kit. Which, you know, sucks a bit. But I see the logic, but yeah. Still, main character suits, or primary character suits, anyone in the main cast, and a grunt suit always should be standard release. Variants? Sure, P Bandai. Anything from a manga? Absolutely P Bandai. It's when things from manga get a normal release, but then something from a main TV show gets a P Bandai instead. It's like, why? Why is my high-grade Strike Dagger a premium Bandai which I can't get a hold of, but the Astray bajillionth variant gets a standard release? On that shield there. I'm gonna put that away for a second so I can see the correct orientation to put stuff here. Arm at 90 degrees. Bicep rotation outwards. And pull forward the shoulders for that really bizarre flying pose that is. That helps. And that orientation, yep. Oop, I forgot to make the Yeah, the shield's fun. Like, I like how it says basically the white piece, the gray piece underneath, which is then completely hidden in this form, and then But then of course you have to part swap it with the larger white part, and then it has the opened version. Here we have the wonderfully ridiculous core top. It's so goofy, but it's fun. There we go. We've got part of the Impulse ready to go. We've got the course blender, it needs to be painted. Silhouette flyer, which of course needs a silhouette pack on the back. And of course we need the bottom half of the body. What else to do? See, this is why I built the gun and the shield, just because I think it's funny to leave it like this for now, until I build the rest of it. Because it is very silly. Also, the whole thing is like, until I build the sword and the launcher or blast, I have every intention of just displaying it flying in this form. And then when I built the other two, I'll display them all together in their mobile suit modes. But I think it'd be fun for a while to display it in flight mode. In separated parts. Because it's funny. But I think this is where I shall wrap it for today. I'll make sure. I think this will fit in my little container in this form, maybe. I have to figure it how to get it inside my little box. I think it's quite a shallow. I mean, the cardboard box, yeah, but like my little tray I've got for like parts and stuff, I think it's a lot shorter than that. But I can easily pop the arms off, and because I had the torso in there before. Of course, this will be the top of the legs because the ball joint will be more secure than these little tabs. Which is where this little bit here fits. This is fun. It's fun. All right. I'll wrap it up here. And yeah. I'm fun with this because it's different because of this mode. And I'll build up the legs, do the same thing. Get the silhouette pack. Definitely put it together in mobile suit mode just for some photos, and then I'll temporarily, and just for a while, I'm going to keep it displayed like this, in this form. Also, it's only do some details as well. Like, I'm definitely going to redo, see the little red bit on the rifle there? Look how easy that shows up. But that was a sticker, and it's not sitting very well. a bit wonky. Same for the gun sight, which actually looks okay, but it's sitting on top of like an uneven surface. So I'll definitely go back and paint those instead, I think. And of course, still need to, on the chest, there's little chest guns as well. Plus all the panel lining stuff. And like on the knees of this, they are little stickers for those little triangles. But if I remember correctly from metallic one I built before, that is also a molded detail. So you could just paint that. Potentially. I mean, I painted the yellow bit in the chest, so might as well do the rest, right? Yeah, we've got the we've got the whole upper half. So we've got the whole lower half. And depending on time, even the backpack, maybe? I don't know. As for next stream, as always, I will drop it on the social. Wrong command. Socials, plural. And the Discord. Obviously, this is the last stream on this current week of my schedule. Oh god, tracking. Next stream Saturday, the next day I'm off. Actually, the full weekend was great. Maybe? No, yeah, we'll finish Space Marine first. We'll do that on Saturday. And then, like, finish off the GB4 DLC. Probably on Sunday. I will put up a schedule before then. Like Thursday or Friday. One or the other. I'll put it up. Love to. No. Heresy. Have to deal with the heresy. Because that was the second half of the game. With the generic looking Chaos Marines in Space Marine 1. Right. Now quick look see. We shall see who is available to raid. Have look-see. Whom to raid. Let's check who else is doing complaint. How shall we? If anyone. I'm always shy when raiding new people to. Ooh. Don't know who to raid. Skipping up today, I think. I can't find anyone. For the screen for a second. And as always, tough to choose. Especially if you've never like seen them before, you're like, I'm also shy. Surprisingly. So, anyway. Ready the fish and get sandwich? Well, I'm gonna go get dinner. So, lost my train of thought there. Anyway. Hope you all have a good day, a good week, and as always, I'll see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar, signing out.